Well, it was hot here, so that's why I left that back door open.
Progress.
It was harsh.
Coco, we need to go in that room. Okay. So we're going into the other side.
Good evening, Chief.
Come on, Coco.
Let's take a minute, listen.
Oh,
Just a minute.
Hey, Mayor, how are you doing?
I'm fine. I wanted you to know that my husband is a Johnson from up in the Siler City area. His mother was a Johnson, and he carried on a fairly long conversation with Troy Robertson the other day, thinking that Troy was you. And so
yeah.
so
Troy's not lucky enough to be a Johnson, so.
so someday we'll have to get y'all together. You know, I know it's a common name, but there's some real interesting Johnson stories.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, it's yeah, they grow like weeds around here. So
Well, Dan likes to say that the Perrys and the Johnsons rolled into Chatham County back in the 1700s, and nobody quite seems to know where they came from. But he's been doing a lot of genealogical work, and I don't know if you've messed with any of that, but it's hard because of the commonness of the name. But he's really enjoyed the work he's done on the family.
yeah, I have too. I've got an ancestry, account, and I tell you what, I'll sit here sometimes and I'll get on it. Next thing I know, 2 or 3 hours are already done flown by because you're looking at this and digging into that, and so.
You're absolutely right. And his people were from up around Loves Creek Church there in the edge of Siler City.
Okay.
Are your folks Pittsboro folks or Sanford or what?
No, they're so my great grandpa was from down off McLaurin Road, but I've got some that I think came from north of 64 anyway, so it's spread that way.
Yeah,
I'm sure somewhere down the line we're related somehow.
I think you're definitely probably cousins, and maybe we can even figure out a way to get Troy in there.
It's possible.
I just envy those people that can just walk into a church cemetery and just go back 5 or 6 generations. My folks moved around too much, so I can't do that.
Yeah, that my great grandpa, he was married 4 times, so that was that he was, because I know he's because I know Dan's kin to Ben Hadley, and I'm kin to off the Andrew side of it. On Andrew, I'm Daddy was kin to them, so it's yeah, it's all, but that's Yeah, it's interesting to say the least. So,
A lot of fun. You're right, though. You can spend hours doing it
yes,
and
ma'am.
not even get anywhere. So
Yeah, it's like I say, it gets kind of frustrating, and then and then I just start looking at other things, and when I start looking at the census, and then I'm sitting there trying to, just looking at other people's, families, and just trying to see if I can place them and all of that. So it's fun.
yeah.
Hey everybody, this is Molly Boyle. I'm going to do the Zoom hosting duties for this evening. Just letting you know, I'm going to go ahead and start the live stream on YouTube.
Thank you, Molly.
Thank you, Molly.
Good evening, everyone. Hey, Cindy,
Hey, how are you tonight, Pamela?
Mayor Perry.
Mayor Pro Tem Baldwin. Shorty and I were just talking about doing family history, and Dan, my husband Dan, came out to the Arbor Day celebration and was talking to the Pittsburgh Police Department, and for some reason he got it in his head that Troy Robertson was Chief Shorty, and so I was just apologizing for because Dan's family it comes out of the Johnsons in Siler City, so anyway, poor
Well.
Troy must have been really confused.
Sometimes we all get confused.
That's true.
But Chief, we know who you are.
Well, that's sometimes I don't. So that. Hey, Commissioner Bost, I was just gonna let you know I enjoyed my time Friday. So,
Say again?
I enjoyed my time with my cohort there.
Oh, he
at the
did as
table
well.
Friday.
He did also. Yeah, thank you for
Yeah,
that.
you've done really well with him. I don't fear so much the younger generation now when I talk to
I
young men and
appreciate
women
that.
like that. So
He's a very conscientious dude.
yes, he is.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, I think everybody has seen what Commissioner Vose is driving these days. Just make sure Chief Shorty doesn't have to pull you over with all that power, James.
It's on chill mode. It has sport mode and chill mode. It's in chill mode.
I see.
I think we have a commandeer law, so that may be our access to some Teslas. So there you go, Shorty.
Yeah, at least we can drive it for a little while and see how it's going to do.
Yeah.
Just make sure.
He did get blue too, which is police-like. So I give him credit for that.
But we still need a few more members of the board here. Oh, there we go, Kyle Ship. Okay. Good evening, Commissioner Bonnets.
Good evening, friends.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Commissioner Ship.
Yes.
Hi. Do you
Hi.
want to do the affordable housing overview? You want to do that tonight?
Oh, sure. I can do that.
I did it last time. If you want to.
Sure. Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yeah.
Chris Kennedy, do we have folks signed up for citizen comment tonight?
Yes, ma'am. And that just reminded me, I created the form and didn't send it to you. I was
Okay.
waiting until 6 o'clock and got sidetracked. So we have Miss Jennifer Platt and Miss Laura Peterson wishing to just both to speak about water this evening. And those are the ones that I have thus far who have signed up to speak.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder.
Does anybody see Commissioner Farrell? I'm not seeing him.
No, I don't see him on my screen either.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get started. It is a little after 7. And so I'm going to call to order the meeting of the Pittsboro Board of Commissioners for this Monday, April 11th, 2022. And as is our custom, we'll begin our meeting with a moment of silence. If Commissioner Farrell, thank you. If Commissioner Farrell has not joined us, then we could rise and do the Pledge of Allegiance. Without him, he's our usual pledge person, but so let us go ahead and do that. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you. The adoption of the agenda is our first order of business. You have the agenda before you. And is there a motion to approve the agenda or to somehow modify it?
Motion to approve the agenda as is.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Pamela Baldwin. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Kyle Shipp. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. Thank you. The motion carries unanimously. The manager, we look forward to your updates this evening, Chris Kennedy. And so we'll turn the floor over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Hope everyone is doing well on this Monday. I have a few updates and conversation points for the group this evening. First off, I want to point out that staff added a group of resolutions to complement miscellaneous item number 2 on the agenda this evening. Those have been forwarded to the board and also uploaded to the town website. As you will see in that packet information, this is a conversation to discuss state and federal grant funding for potential utility projects. But to complement the conversation, and we hope that the board receives the projects well and says, please move forward with these, that we've added some resolutions to the packet in case the board wishes to take action this evening. Staff will certainly go through each one of those in greater detail as we have the conversation, and we will go from there. So I'll say in short, there's no guarantee the board's going to adopt the resolutions, but if they so choose to do so, we wanted to have those for the public and for the board's consideration in advance of that item this evening. I'm sure Commissioner Shipp or Mayor Perry will touch on this as well, but want to thank all those who helped us with the Arbor Day celebration on Friday. It was a lovely event. The weather cooperated. We actually had a pretty decent crowd, and just real big thanks to the Girl Scouts. Their refreshments and posters were well received and added a lot to it. So we hope to see some good press, both from the town and maybe from the Chatham News and Record with that. And kudos to Mayor Perry. She had a great, some talking points, a poem, and some other highlights about trees. And it was just a really great event. So thank you to everyone who helped us put that together, and look forward to making this more of a tradition here in Pittsboro as we celebrate year 2 of Arbor Day in Pittsboro. My next topic of conversation is much less ideal. Certainly, town has pushed out information about an April 5th, 22 1,4-dioxane accedents from the city of Greensboro. We put out a press release on Friday based on information that we had received. I've updated that press release as of this afternoon. The press release that I've pushed out this afternoon includes some sampling information. It does appear that the 1,4-dioxane has reached our distribution system. For those who read the April 8th press release, we weren't sure what the flows of the Hall River were. Obviously, there's some conjecture on the math, but certainly with springtime flows, it's very different than the other year. So I hope that we don't end up in some, sophisticated analysis where we have so many flows exceedances that we understand how these things work. I prefer that they become more intermittent or not existent at all. But the flows have reached us in that we've got our finished grab from April 6th include 5.12, which again, our level that we're looking here is for the EPA number of 35. So we're well beneath that. Obviously there's much conversation and debate about what the appropriate number is. I think the appropriate number is 0. But certainly the EPA posts a number at 35 parts per billion, or micrograms per liter, excuse me. So on the 6th, our finished grab, which when I post this information, finished water means that we have treated the water. So our raw grab that you may see, that raw grab is basically the water we pull out of the river. The finished grab is a single sample that we pull out after we have treated the water. And the composite, as you'll see on the dates, is over a period of time. So that's an aggregate averaging of that sample. Our finished grabs are showing some. Again, on the 6th, we were 5.12. On the 7th, we were 6.06. And on the 8th, we were 11.9. However, our raw grabs on the 7th and 8th showed non-detect. So I think it's somewhat inconclusive of what that means yet. There's certainly some conjecture to say maybe it's moved through the system, or perhaps it's just a slug that we didn't pull when we did that one moment of a grab. Our staff has been working diligently with Greensboro. We've also been sampling our water tanks around town. As anyone who's become familiar with the situation, the tank information gives us better data of what's circulating through the system. And we do have ability to try to manipulate that, where we've in the past have purged tanks and tried to fill up with better water in order to dilute some of the 1,4-dioxane. So we're doing what we can. It's still early in this event. It's frustrating for everyone involved, including Greensboro. I think their staff is as frustrated as we are. They certainly don't wish to impose these problems on us. One of the positives is the press release that Greensboro pushed out last week. They did identify a source, but what was somewhat perplexing is that source says they don't use 1,4-dioxane, nor do they produce it, but somehow it ended up in their effluent. So maybe that produced even more question marks than not even knowing. So again, there's a lot of information that is fluid with this. We're going to try to push out information as soon as we get it. Everything that we're doing right now is a rush sample. So we're working and turning around information as fast as the Meritech and PACE can get it to us. We have 2 labs review these things when we process them, and they're both under rush. So we're hopeful to have better information. We've got a few links in the press release for folks to educate themselves on 1,4-dioxane. It directs them to the EPA website. Continue to work with Greensboro, trying to determine what we can do moving forward with this. So I will couch this as saying it's just frustrating for everyone. We are ready to move on from this and do different things, but have been appreciative of a perpetually improvement of our relationship with Greensboro. I feel like we're getting information quicker than not, even though we don't like the information that we receive. I will also remind our customers that we continue to provide water to town customers at Chatham Marketplace. Please consult your water bill. There is a coupon code there for those who wish to go that avenue for advanced treated water. And so that's what I have for that particular item at this time. My last update and more of a conversation prompt for the board. First, thank you for a great budget retreat last Thursday. I think we had a productive conversation during that. As we continue to move forward, we'll have a public hearing on the 25th of April. That set to for that public hearing is on your agenda this evening. So we look forward to continuance of that conversation as we develop the budget for fiscal year 22-23. And as part of that, and I don't know how the board may wish, and Madam Mayor, I'll leave that to you for how we wish to discuss this. But as we look to the 25th, I think there's a conversation whether we continue with Zoom or we go with in person. I think the conversation we had was productive last week. Certainly, like any other meeting, there's likelihood and propensity to have some technological errors. I think we've corrected those, particularly for this evening and as we move forward. So we do have that space available if the board wishes to utilize that on the 25th. So I'd welcome any feedback the board may have about meeting in person for the 25th and the space the Ag Center has. And those are the extent of the updates I have for you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris Kennedy. As for my contributions and updates, the Chatham County Climate Change Committee has not met since I last reported, but in association with Arbor Day, I think we all had climate change on our mind when we were out at Mary Hayes Holmes Park on Friday planting a Cherokee dogwood tree. And that was sort of the ceremonial tree, and Chris Kennedy seems very interested in, and so does the public, in continuing to plant trees, especially here during the month of April, which is, of course, Arbor Day and Earth Month. And I agree that we had an absolutely fabulous day out there, thanks to the Girl Scout Troop 1024 and Travis and Adam with the Public Works staff. The hole was already dug. The tree was seeded by Travis and the girls, and it was just a lovely occasion. Grand Trees of Chatham County had also had some input about the trees and was there in attendance at the session. I think the April 25th meeting was on my mind as well, and so perhaps we can let Chris know in our updates. I'm not sure if you're talking, Chris, about the board meeting in person or the public joining the board in person. Not sure what the technological issues are, but maybe you could let us know what it is you're envisioning.
Yes, and Madam Mayor, to that, I spoke with Ms. Isley at the Ag Center, and she said that we can have what we have, long contemplated, kind of a hybrid meeting where folks can be remote if the board's present in person, that they can have interaction with that. And so we would have certainly our staff as well as a technical representative from the Ag Center there to assist us with that. But that folks can likely, again, there's always something that could go wrong, but they feel confident that we can hold a meeting where the board's in person or any other people were in person, as well as having people remote as well. So I think there's a couple of scenarios for the board to consider. Is certainly the space we were in the other day, that was an intentional selection. The acoustics of that room with the lower ceiling are far better than some of the larger rooms within the Ag Center. And so if the board's person or a select few from the public are there, just to say, we invited the media to attend in person for the budget retreat. We'd likely extend that same offer for any regular meeting of the board. And so I think the board can either have a hybrid where the board's present and the media are present, and then the public can be remote, and we'll function much similar like we would this evening. But the board would all be on one screen, as you see here, in terms of the Brady Bunch grouping, as you see. Or we could have it set up where there's a greater number of the public there, and people can remote in as well. If we were to go to, I would say, full in public or full attendance from the public, we'd probably look at a different space, because I'm not sure we could accommodate all the chairs that would be needed for that. And we could do that on a case-by-case basis as well, too. Certainly, most of our meetings, it would have a few people from the public, but probably not be inundated from a seating capacity standpoint. I would also offer, too, that we would arrange your seating differently for a regular meeting than what was had at the board retreat for the budget. At the budget, since it's more of a workshop, conversational type meeting, the board was set up in a U so that we could kind of go around and everyone could see each other in that kind of format. For a regular meeting, we would go back to what you're probably most familiar with being in person and more of the panel setup where you're all kind of in a row. Certainly we would try to adjust it where people could see one another, certainly. But the room setup will be slightly different than what you experienced with the budget retreat.
Very good. I think we can sort of express our thoughts and ideas as we go through. That sounds very good to have the board and staff in person. And I don't know if people would feel that if someone knew that there was a citizen that was intending to speak, that maybe that person could come live or come through the technological aspect of it. So as far as that's concerned, I just am anxious that we had such a robust discussion at the retreat. I just thought it was wonderful to be back together again. So my only other thing is that in mid-May, and I think it's the 14th, Greg Stafford has asked those of us to spread the word about the Matthiesen Clinic. He's going to have an event that's going to be carried off there at the SOC and in the new space to the southwest of the historic courthouse, in which the community is invited to come and have recollections and tell stories of their birth or their tonsils being taken out or whatever at Matthiessen's Clinic, and sort of have a community memory fest so that the clinic can be remembered for the very important place that it was here in the community. So if you know folks that that might be interested in attending that, it is the same weekend as Shikori Hills, but as Greg pointed out to me today, he believes there are probably two distinctly different groups of people who would attend those two events. So, so that's all I have. Mayor Pro Tem Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Mayor Perry. I do not have anything to report on tonight because Commissioner Shipp is going to talk about the Chatham County Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. He's going to do that. And I didn't have Triangle J. It will be coming up toward the end of April. But I would like to say that I do appreciate staff for continuously giving us those legislature updates. And I would certainly hope that they would be able to continue that. It is very, very informative, and I really do appreciate that.
Thank you. Commissioner Bonnets?
Yes, am I muted still?
No, we can hear
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, a couple of concerns and some questions actually for Mr. Kennedy based on that update. Mr. Kennedy, it was so helpful in the last two events of spills from upstream. I think the public very much appreciated seeing the numbers as they emerged from the lab. So the soonest that you can publish those data that you gathered last week and over the weekend, I know the public would appreciate that. And to that end, I think there's some curiosity as to whether or not Dr. Francis DiGiano's estimate might have been accurate as to when the slug of pollutants reached our intake. Is that possible that you can publish those data?
Commissioner Bonnets, everything that I have is already out.
Okay.
So the press release that I sent this afternoon.
Oh.
So the board received an email from me with the press release, and then I have a distribution list that's got probably about 75 different parties on it, and those vary from our media contacts to just interested parties and stakeholders. And so anyone who, I'm glad you highlighted that, because I would offer too. I'm trying to add to that list so our distribution is greater. So anyone who's interested, feel free to shoot me an email, ckennedy@pittsburghnc.gov. If you're interested, I will add you to that list. We've had a number of folks added just this week, and I'm happy to add anyone who wants those. We certainly want to push that as directly as we can. So it's a bit of a kind of a sunshine list of sorts with regards to water. And so I'm happy to push that to whomever would like that information. But what the town is in receipt of, I sent out this afternoon in my update number 1, and that includes both our sample data here in Pittsburgh, as well as some data from Greensboro, what they're showing. And I think if you look at Greensboro's numbers, I think you will see why we are kind of holding our breath about what the future numbers are going to look like for us. So we hope that, dilution is a reality. But again, we got alert on this on the 6th, and the sample that we took on the 6th had 1,4-dioxane in it.
Oh, my goodness.
So
Okay.
it is the, that's some of the effects. And I think we have better sample data in terms of frequency. Just to remind everyone involved in the conversation, there was litigation last year against the original SOC, the special order by consent, which is between the city of Greensboro and the state of North Carolina with the EMC. And that was amended to add sampling requirements. And that was done with the city of Fayetteville and the Hall River Assembly. Those were the folks litigating against the city of Greensboro, or particularly against the SOC itself, suggesting more stringent sampling. So as a result of that, I think we've got improvements, but certainly staff is concerned about having a willing party in Greensboro that we feel like that wants to give us the information. We have supposed more stringent sampling requirements, and we get notified on the 6th. And when we get data back after a couple of days later, because we're not doing rush orders every day, that when our April 6th information comes back, again, it was only 5.12, but it's typically non-detect. So something had already entered the system at that point. So there is some concern about how quickly these come. And I think the board has seen some of the conversation via emails and probably other communication forums of saying, how do we look at this again? And so every time we have an event, there's a reassessment of how we get the information, the quickness of us receiving the information. And this one, we've had a little bit of rain lately, but certainly no hurricanes in terms of an inundation of the Hall River. So I was surprised that our numbers were that close together in terms of getting notified and seeing it. If you recall, back in November, it was actually 9 days for the water to get here.
Yeah.
So we presumed it was going to be less than 9 days given the current rain, but we thought there would be some days. So we're still, it's a process, and we hope that it's corrected sooner than not, certainly.
Thank you. That adds a lot more to our understanding, and I think the public will find that helpful. I apologize that I did not see the 5 o'clock email, but instead I went looking at the top of our website and didn't find it there. So,
yes, sir, no problem. There's when I do a press release, as you might imagine, you get it first, then the distribution list, and then the website. So there's probably a bit of a lag in terms of having the website updated from when the board and that distribution list saw it.
okay. And this is not a very good welcome for Mr. Colby Sawyer, but if you're out there, Mr. Sawyer, welcome aboard. We sure are glad to have you. Sorry, this is a bit of a trial by fire, but yeah.
And thank you, Mr. Bonds, on that one. You have Mr. Colby Sawyer, who today was his first day with the town. So obviously, Mr. Sawyer and I had some interesting conversations about how we progress forward with some of this, and we've got some other strategies. But all things considered, and some of that removed, of really excited to have Colby on board. Colby's going to be our public information officer, as well as help us with some emergency management. As you look at these type of events, I think that's where the two really dovetail together, because this is an emergency type thing. And Colby is one of the preeminent people in terms of response. So really excited to have him on. I just saw him click on. So Mr. Bonnets, if you wouldn't mind having Colby introduce himself, I'd appreciate that.
Please, by all means. Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Good morning, board, or good evening, board. First off, I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to come work with the town. Looking forward to doing some really good things with the town, with the board, with the public, both in terms of emergency preparedness and disaster response, but also really being able to tell the story as town in multiple formats, in ways that want to be received by everyone. I'm available anytime, and we're going to be working through some delineation of roles and policies, and maybe drafting some procedures here before too long. So, like I said, just glad to be aboard. Thank you.
We're very, very happy to have you.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Mr.
And-
Bonas, anything else?
Yes, please. Mr. Kennedy, I also wanted to mention that I'm very much looking forward to, I think that the NCDOT STIP, the STIP, should be coming out real soon. Is that what we understood?
Yes, sir. Our hope is to have that in April. That's the latest that we have. And
Mid-April.
yes, sir. And they've gone through reprioritization. And obviously, I think Commissioner Bose and Ms. Thompson have had some conversations about what we refer to as P7 and some project potential there, at least some initial conversations. But as we look at the reprioritization of the next 10 years of the STIP, DOT has informed us that we should be receiving that in the month of April. So hopefully we'll have something to discuss as early as next meeting on the 25th, and looking forward to seeing that list and what has been maybe previously programmed and now funded, and what survived that reprioritization. Obviously with DOT's funding being less than ideal in many ways, I know we're all eager, and I think to your comment about it, eager to see what survived the reprioritization process.
And I think from the guidance that we're hearing, tell me if I'm wrong, that we're not expecting any dramatic changes there.
I think that's correct. Certainly, as we look at the process and what DOT is doing, is they're looking at P3, 4, and 5 and seeing what projects remain that haven't been implemented yet. And as the DOT funds projects into the STIP process, the first handful of years, and it varies based on prioritization. So the rules are changed with each prioritization process. And so I will say typically the first 5 or 6 years of a STIP, and the STIP will be a 10-year planning program. The first 5 or 6 years are considered funded and committed. The last 4 to 5 years are considered funded but not committed. And so what DOT is doing with their basically funding deficit in terms of being able to fund all of those STIPs together. And I think Mr. Norman has talked about, an $800 million number that they're lacking, if I recall that correctly. And so what they're trying to do is go through those projects and see what they can still fund. And obviously costs have gone up dramatically since a P3 was done, 2 or 3 prioritizations ago. And these are every other year funding cycles anyway. And so it's been a number of years. So we'll be projects that are funded in P3 or P4, I think have a decent chance of staying on. Projects in P5, I think there will be some concern about whether there'll be enough money that's left over for those projects. But I think we're eager to see it. And I feel like that most of our projects will survive, but time will tell.
Okay. Well, and I recall that you had really wanted to peg your briefing on the bonus allocation to follow the update of the STIP, so that you would be basing it on the most accurate and up-to-date prioritization list.
Yes, sir. And I think there's several conversations both about bonus allocation in general, as well as some acceleration that we've discussed as well, that needs more conversation to be applied to it. And a lot of those are hinge on whether something remains committed into the STIP. And so I think we can have what I hope is a more effective conversation, knowing what's in instead of being speculative about it. So we look forward to having that conversation the next several weeks. with real information as opposed to speculation like we would today if we had that.
Good, good. Okay, thank you. Yes,
Yes, sir.
that's the main point here, is that I'm most looking forward to that bonus allocation briefing because of, I think, the shared priority of accelerating both Chatham Parkway and Highway 87. So looking forward to that. Thank you. And then back on March 14th, I'd also asked for an update and projection on future sewer allocations, and you had indicated that that could follow the completion of the Friesen Nichols CIP, Capital Improvement Plan. Now that we've got that in draft phase, do you feel confident moving forward with that?
Yes, I mean, I think there's some further, I'll say, inspection of that, making sure that we can sync those projects up, and being able to go through that and prepare a schedule for the board to look at the projects and the expense. And as you might imagine, and the reason that I requested that, I'll call it sort of extension in terms of being able to present that to the board, and I appreciate that time allowance, is to show you that beyond the project itself, we can't be cost agnostic. And so understanding the implications of cost and how those sync up with the funding and the timing of the project itself. And so being able to show both at the same time with that CIP and saying, in 2025, this is the expense, this is the cost, and how we work towards that, I think will help us, and whether we need to push a project out and certainly how that affects it. So I think we're better equipped to do that, and look forward to having that very soon for the board and just for the public to understand where we currently sit, because
Yeah.
as you likely know, it's a common topic for both parties,
Absolutely.
us and y'all.
Thank you. Yes, and that's what I'm trying to respond to, is questions from developers and the public about when and where in the future there will be additional sewer allocation. So thank you. And then my final concern is just that it goes into the consent agenda, so we could pause this, but I did want to make sure that we contemplated pulling both of the MOUs for discussion later in the meeting. And I'll yield the floor.
Thank you. Commissioner Farrell, you have updates or reports?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I'd like to apologize for being a little late due to my computer skills. So with that said, the PBA meets Wednesday. I will be there. Give an update on the next meeting. Madam Mayor, the date for Matison's clinic, what was that? What was that date?
The 14th, I believe. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And one other thing I had regarding the meeting in person, and this is just an idea of myself. I did speak to Chris about it, with the possibility of the, I guess, the electronics and seeing everybody and everybody being able to come. I just brought up the point that if we had a Zoom meeting on the second Monday, and then possibly a short agenda into that, and then move to the county courthouse on the fourth Monday, where we would have plenty of room, do our public hearings and any controversial issues, that we would have plenty of room for our citizens to all be there. That's just my suggestion. The board can listen to that and see what they how they feel about that. But I do believe there is no charge for that courthouse on that fourth Monday. So think about that. I have one other little small issue, but I will hang it out to the last.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may, to Commissioner Farrell, since we do have closed session, if you do have another comment, we might be prudent to go ahead and have that now, in case closed session runs long. We might lose some of the public. I don't know if that's a conversation for the board or for the public. I just would offer that.
Okay, I will go ahead with it now if you'd like. I had spoke to Pam after we left the budget meeting regarding some pay salaries with the Pittsburgh Fire Department. I have talked with Chief Griffin, and our board has a meeting next Wednesday. I think that's the 20th. I'll double check that. We are hopefully that we can take care of this issue. The problem that with the Apex and the North Chatham is they have pretty much bottomless pockets. So they put this raise in before budget time. So they had their monies back. I think right now, maybe it might be best if our fire department board worked on this issue. And if the town feels later that they want to gain in this, help us out financially, we can go from there. But that's more or less kind of, I'd like to maybe try to handle that, because we put our budget in early because we wanted to be ahead of it, and before we knew these salaries were out there. So bear with us. We're going to work on it next week and do our best to handle this.
And Commissioner Farrell, oh, excuse me, Pamela Baldwin, please go ahead. Ms. Baldwin, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I totally agree with that, and I did speak with Jay about that after the budget session, because there were a lot of things which were really surprising, including the salaries for the firefighters. And if there's any way we can do something in reference to that after the fire department have their meeting, maybe he can come back and give us a report or something, and we can see what we can do as a town to try to alleviate or try to assist.
And Commissioner Farrell, and thank you, Ms. Baldwin. If you will, obviously, after y'all have your meeting and such, I mean, obviously, there's still time to contemplate that. We still have 2 public hearings on the budget for our individual budget here at the town. I'm not scheduled to request adoption of the budget until May 23rd at our regular meeting in about 6 weeks. So there's still time to account for that. Obviously, the sooner the better would be preferable, as you might imagine. I would note, and a question I'm not expecting you to answer, but maybe to pass off to Chief Griffin. If you look at the fire department's budget for fiscal year 22-23, they are asking and have included a 10% increase to their employee expense. So it is my presumption that the adjustments that you are referring to would be included in that 10%. Certainly, that's a singular line item without further detail. So if there are other factors with that, certainly I'm happy to talk with Chief Griffin directly about that, or any other avenue. But I would note that there already is a 10% increase from last year to this year in their employee expense, and they're not asking for additional employees. So it was my presumption, at least, that there was a salary adjustment already embedded in that. So if there's an additional adjustment, I would ask Chief and the fire board to specify what the current one is proposed, and then what the delta of that versus another adjustment may be.
Okay, Chris, I'm not going to hold me to this, but employee expenses does not always include salary. That could be in the benefit package, insurances and all like that, but I will find that out for sure.
Yeah, yes, sir. And ours is set up the same way. And so again, when you look at our proposed budget, we're around that same 10%, but our COLA is 7.5. So again, I don't have the breakdown of Chief Griffin's proposed budget in terms of that number. But again, I would, it is my presumption, and that's all it can be, I guess, that there is some adjustment already included. So for this board's benefit, I'd appreciate if Chief and the fire board could provide a little detail what's currently proposed and what they wish to propose on top of that.
Very
Okay.
good.
Thank you, Commissioner Fair.
Thanks, everyone. I appreciate all the support from the board.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Ship?
Yes, thank you. And Jay, I did talk to Chief Griffin today too, and talked with him some strategies and, you know, how we can work with the county on that also. So we'll keep that on top of the mind. Busy couple weeks, really. This was not official news when we met last time, but you know, VinFast in terms of EDC, VinFast is coming to Chatham County, 7,500 jobs, a $4 billion investment over 5 years, in exchange for about 1.4 billion in incentives from different areas. So huge announcement, a lot of news. Certainly EDC and all of those people have been very involved in that and getting that here. And then I think what may have got overlooked was announced a couple days after that is FedEx is also bringing a distribution center to that same area. So 338,000 square foot building and 200 jobs there. So I think in a normal week, that would have been a big announcement. In that particular week, it got kind of overshadowed with the other news. So I just want to make sure to highlight that from the EDC perspective. And we continue to have some meetings and some events around that VinFast and, you know, what it means for the other existing business community too.
Commissioner, for clarification, that was 338,000 square feet for the FedEx building?
Yes. I'll say approximately, because that's a pretty specific number.
Understood.
But,
Thank you.
Yes. For Main Street Pittsburgh, we had a meeting on Wednesday and talked through some more of the transition plan, and we essentially agreed to reuse that nonprofit for the Welcome Center. So the Welcome Center will continue to operate and will rename and reuse the current nonprofit that's called Main Street Pittsburgh. And then some really good events too. On Saturday was the Found It Rabbit Hunt downtown. And saw a lot of activity around that. And then the Storybook Walk is also happening now, where the book Wolfie the Bunny is spread out among, I think, 12 or 14 different businesses and buildings downtown. So you can walk through the downtown and read that book. And then this Saturday, April 16th at 11 a.m. in Page Vernon Park, the book The Rain Came Down is going to be read. And hopefully we'll have a sunny day to read that book. Downtown, the Downtown Advisory Board still, I believe, taking applications for that. I think last I heard from Chris, there's about 25 plus applications for that board. So that's really encouraging. And then also on April 23rd, the Circle City Merchants are putting on a Treasure Quest scavenger hunt downtown involving a lot of businesses. For Chatham County Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, Commissioner Baldwin and I attended that meeting on Thursday with other people, of course. The big news there is that we're starting to see some returns from the Article 46 sales tax that was passed in March 2020. If you remember, that was a quarter-cent sales tax, which the county commissioners subsequently agreed to put to things like affordable housing and agriculture and some other projects that they said that funding would go for. Really the first returns we've seen from that are about $323,000 that they've allocated, you know, potentially for affordable housing. And so we had a presentation from developer that's developing Oakview at Siler City, which is 72 units right behind the hospital in Siler City. And you know, certainly, like everyone is, they're seeing a lot of big rise in prices due to COVID and the supply chain issues, and so really putting that project in danger, and you know, had a significant funding gap. And so we were able to recommend that the county board provide an additional $323,000 for that project, which should keep it on track. And then for me, you know, it was a really good reminder of how difficult affordable housing is. This was Wallet Communities, and they have 5 different funding partners to put this project together, which includes them and their construction arm. And, to respond to these price increases, they've cut their company's profit to as low as the government will allow them to go. They've done some private financing instead of public financing, and all of those funding sources have sort of conditions that go with it that they need to keep track of. And then as one condition changes, go talk to the other 4 funding partners and see how those change. So it was really informative presentation, a lot of discussion around it, and just a good reminder of how difficult that is to accomplish. And all of those units now, based on some conditions from some of their funding partners too, all of those units will be 30% and 60% units. They did eliminate the 80% units in that development for some funding. So just a reminder to the Pittsboro VFW on West Street there. We collect flags, US flags for proper retirement. And there's a box on the side of the building you can go by anytime. And we'll be doing a retirement ceremony this Saturday, April 16th at noon. So we'll do a proper retirement of those flags that we've collected, which is a lot of them. And we'll have a cookout and everything there too. So anybody's welcome to come on by and participate. Couple more, we're getting towards the end. So budget retreat was great. Appreciate staff and everybody putting that together. Really good information, really good kickoff to the budget season. And certainly enjoyed Arbor Day celebration on Friday. I'm trying to get Rory on the town grounds crew now that he has the experience of throwing some dirt around. So hopefully that'll start this summer. And welcome, Colby. Glad you're here. Sorry it started like this, but glad you're here. And then I did want staff to kind of consider some water conservation measures for this summer. We're going to be bringing this plant online, or the advanced treatment systems online, and producing really good, really expensive water. And so I think as important as water conservation is normally, it will become even more important the more expensive it is to produce it for us, certainly for everyone in town. So, as much as we can look at, some irrigation limits, car washing, whatever those are, as we bring that online, it'll help everyone and help our materials last longer and keep the cost down. The signs around town, it's certainly in election season, and so we see more of those, but just more signs and other things in the right of ways. I would ask staff if we could put the town sign permit application online. I guess it likely already is, but then also a list of the current sign permits that are active in town. I think that would help. It seems like even in the last week, there's been a lot more signs go up that may or may not have permits. So it'd be good for the public to know there's permits required, and also who has permits. And then in terms of meeting in person, Commissioner Farrell, I really like that idea of the kind of hybrid style meeting. I think there's certainly some advantages to Zoom and advantages to being in person. So I think that, aligning our meetings around that type would be good, and a little easier to schedule around too. I do think the Ag Center has a nice facility for Zoom. The courthouse is a little nicer for just being in person. So, kind of some balance there between the AV, I guess the lack of AV capabilities at the courthouse, and then the lack of space in the smaller room at the Ag Center. So, and I don't think that we're necessarily married to one option once we do a couple of them either. So we could try a few out. And that is the extent of my updates this evening.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Shipp. Commissioner Vowles.
I don't have a whole lot to add, but we do have a TARPO meeting this Thursday, the 14th. And then I would also point out, or just remind, that Clyde Fest is happening on April 30th. Welcome into Colby. And I would also be supportive of the idea of balancing the time between the courthouse and the Ag Center. That makes good sense to me.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we'll then move to public comment period. And as Chris Kennedy has already indicated, we have two speakers tonight. Dr. Jennifer Platt has signed up, and Laura Peterson. And so Jennifer, can we unmute Jennifer Platt and work towards hearing her?
Sure, hold on one second. I believe she may have raised her hand. So in the attendees list, what we're showing is I'm not seeing anybody by those names, but we do have a couple of, for instance, Galaxy Tab 3S and iPhone. So we'll see if we can find out where Jennifer and Laura are. So hold on one second. TBC United, I've given you permission to speak. If that is Jennifer or Laura, please go ahead.
Yes, this is Jennifer.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. That's my business account. So
Just glad I could just go right ahead.
okay, great. So first of all, I wear a bunch of different hats, and I want to presence the commissioners to all the different hats that I have in town. I'm a member of the Economic Development Corporation. I'm of the board. I'm a former member of the Pittsboro Water Quality Task Force. And the reason that I was asked to be on that is because I developed and implemented the town of Cary's nationally recognized water conservation program. So my ears perked up when the commissionership mentioned water conservation. Another hat that I wear is that I'm a business owner. I run a company called Tick Warriors. And my underlying all of this is my doctorate in public health, which drives me to really make a difference. So first of all, I want to join the others in expressing a warm welcome to Colby Sawyer, our new PIO. I wish I could see you. I cannot tell you how many people we've been asking for a PO for years and desperate need to have information, real-time information on spills and other emergencies. And just town events and stories in general, as you referenced in your introduction. So thank you so much for being here. Last week, when I heard about this spill, I reached out to Dr. Fran DiGiano, as Commissioner Bonnet's just mentioned earlier. He is one of the world's preeminent water resources engineers, to get his take on the time to reach Pittsboro, because last time this spill happened, we just need the better data that we have, the better we can inform our customers. And then out of that, I began thinking that perhaps it's time for the commissioners to reconsider the role of what the Pittsboro Water Quality Task Force did, and expand it to be along the lines of an environmental quality task force. We have so much momentum going on right now. You know, Chatham Park is doing some really great things in its environmental elements, and the water reclamation facility, bees, and native plants, etc. They're doing a lot. And as Commissioner Shipp just mentioned about VinFast, the electric vehicle plant, this is a perfect time to do this, and we can really stake the town out, shift away, also look at recommendations like the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, focus on walkable, bikeable, and high density residential. And I'll just have you say that, or just have you know, this is kind of counterintuitive, but as you might have, I think everybody's probably seen deer right here in the middle of town. Deer, as much as I love them, I also hate them, because they are walking tick factories. The Lone Star tick all life cycle stages of ticks thrive on deer blood. So what we know from the literature is the more edge you have in communities, the higher incidence of tick-borne diseases you have. So as we have more and more development coming, we're going to have more deer, we have more greenways, and that's where we know also from other studies that have been done, they've shown that when you have that higher density, you can reduce your incidence of tick-borne diseases. So that's really all I had to say. It's another role that the task force could do is help amplify town messaging. Of course, we're all here in grassroots circles in town, parents, business owners, patrons, neighbors. And then one more thing, I do know that Laura Peterson was called away to a personal emergency, so she can't be on tonight. But one of the questions that we'd also like to know is how well the drinking water program at Chatham Marketplace is going. And I've worked personally really hard to help with notification of this alternate drinking water source in our lower socioeconomic status neighborhoods, but I'm really not sure the word is getting out. So with all of that, thank you so much for the opportunity to comment tonight.
Thank you very much, Jennifer Platt. And we value the number of hats in your comments tonight. Thank you. Our next agenda item is our consent agenda. There are 9 topics on our consent agenda tonight. And I believe that Commissioner Bonnets wanted to make a motion on one of them. Is that correct, Commissioner Bonnets?
I'm sorry, I'm unmuted now. Yes, I don't think it's necessary that we make a motion, but certainly I would like to pull those 2 items from the consent agenda for some discussion this evening. I suppose new business or wherever our manager would think that would be appropriate.
And which 2 items are those?
The 2 memorandums of understanding.
6 and 7. Okay.
MOUs.
All right. Removing those and taking them to new business, is there a motion to the balance of the items on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Commissioner Bonnets has made the motion to approve items 1 through 5 and 7 and 8. Is there a second to his motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Farrell. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, the motion carries. And thank you very much. So that'll go on as new business. Items number 2 and 3. Is that correct? All right.
Thank you.
That's the end of the consent agenda. We have no public hearings tonight, nor any old business. So we'll move then to new business. The first item is, as stated, the Chatham Park infrastructure acceptance on the elevated water storage tank. And Chris Kennedy, will you start us with that, or will engineering?
Madam Mayor, our engineering director, Mr. Kent Jackson, will present this item for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Chris. So I think the first meeting I had with an outside agency when I came on board in 2020 December was regarding the acceptance status and process for the Chatham Park elevated storage tank and the Suttles Road transmission main. And so just to give some background, I think looking back in about 2015, town staff at the time identified the need for the transmission main and the storage tank. With the prospect coming of potentially accelerated development of Chatham Park. And so that's when this plan was initiated to build the water main extension on Suttles Road and the elevated storage tank on the parcel there, just to the north of Chatham Parkway interchange. So the projects were built in two separate contracts, a contract for about 8,500 feet of water main extending from Grant Drive to the tank site, and then another contract for the actual construction of the elevated water tank. And those contracts started in the spring of 2017 and were subsequently completed, and all of the project documentation was completed in August, about August timeframe of 2018. So that's kind of the construction history, of the line and the tank. So the discussion that I've been involved with, and our public utilities director, Adam Pickett, who's on the call as well, has focused on the kind of reviewing the documentation, confirming that the projects were built in accordance with North Carolina general statutes as far as public bidding process and those type of things. Additionally, reviewing all of I have personally reviewed the packet of the testing that was performed, worked with McKim & Creed on correcting a number of inconsistencies or expired documentation related to that. And we culminated that process last summer. And so that, has, brought us to, somewhat at least this step in the acceptance process for those pieces of significant infrastructure. There have been numerous discussions of the modeling for the eventual bringing those pieces of infrastructure online. As far as there are some remaining, there's some remaining work to be done. Primary amongst that is the completion of changing out a valve at Grant Drive and Suttles Road. The current valve is a pressure reducing valve. McKim & Creed has committed to changing that valve out to just a gate valve on off type valve. And that will be the thing that enables the system to switch between the current transmission main along 15501 and to also be able to service the Suttles Road transmission main over to the tank. McKim & Creed has made that commitment. Also, most recently worked with McKim & Creed on putting together a commitment memo for things that are going to happen immediately after the acceptance process. Some of that may seem, contrary somewhat. However, some of the valve configurations rely on the system being actually in use. At this time in our system, we do not have the demand for the Chatham Park tank to be an active part of our system. So that's why some of those improvements are delayed and are referenced in the commitment memo from McKim & Creed. I also have representatives of McKim & Creed on the call tonight, should there be any questions or clarifications needed on their part. So with that, based on my review of the project documentation, conversations with Mr. Pickett and with McKim & Creed, I feel like infrastructure, the next appropriate step is for the town to accept this infrastructure and immediately begin working with McKim-Creed on some of the post-acceptance type of improvements that need to be made to properly integrate the system. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, provide any clarification that you might have.
Questions for Ken Jackson?
Thank you for all of that, first of all. I guess my question would be, if the demand is not there and if there is still work to be done, are we premature in accepting ownership of this?
So I think, Adam, feel free to chime in as well. I think some of our timing was kind of put in place when the project was initiated. It can be difficult to project, exactly when, the demand is going to be, or current capacity is going to be exceeded, and so making the perfect timing to bring on the additional capacity can be, a little bit more of an art form, I suppose you could say. So, it's difficult for me to go back to 2015 and say that we were flawed in any way in saying that we needed the infrastructure at that time. However, that was the best advice at that time, with an anticipated development schedule for Chatham Park. So I think that, that's how we have arrived at having the infrastructure, slightly ahead of what the need might be for the actual system operation. Now, having the additional storage capacity, certainly there is tacit benefit in having the additional elevated storage capacity, to the extent we can at least incorporate it to the system enough that we can keep the water turned over so that we don't have any water quality issues. And that to a large degree goes into our choice of how we set up the model once we accept the infrastructure. For instance, whether we have that tank half full or whether we have it, some percentage, less than being full. So, and then as far as the improvements, the two key things that I've been aware of, like I mentioned, there is a valve replacement that has to be made at Grant Drive and Suttles Road. McKim-Creed has committed to doing that at the time directed by the town. And then there had been a couple of iterations of calibrating and testing of the altitude valve at the actual tank. My understanding, and Mr. Pickett can speak to this, is last summer that issue was revisited, and the issues had been resolved. However, also in the commitment memo, CPI has committed to working with the town to resolve those if there should be an issue with the altitude valve, which at this time we don't think there is. So,
thank you.
Further questions for Kent Jackson?
Yes, Mayor, I do have one question sort of as a follow-up to Commissioner Voss's question. So I was just wondering in reference to, you indicated that there would be a valve replacement and calibrating and testing. Now, the cost of those things, would that be for Chatham Park?
as far as the valve that I mentioned, actually McKim-Creed Consulting Engineers has committed to paying for that valve. And then as far as the altitude valve I mentioned, Chatham Park Investors has committed to working with the town to address that altitude valve should we find that there are any defects or issues with it.
Does that satisfy your question? Mayor Pro Tem Baldwin?
I'm sorry, it satisfies a portion of it about the valve, but you indicated you would be working, Chatham Park has agreed to work with the town. So in working with the town, does that also indicate that if there's extensive costs, that they will partake in those extensive costs? That's what I'm concerned about.
Well, and I can say that certainly should we find that there is an issue with the altitude valve that is related to the initial installation, workmanship, or material, we would absolutely require and demand that Chatham Park investors take care of that. Additional to that, McKim & Creed has committed to scheduling a follow-up meeting immediately after the acceptance. And I will add, this is a acceptance with post-acceptance commitments. So McKim & Creed has agreed to bring in the vendor, the contractor that provided and installed the altitude valve at the tank to once again to test, properly calibrate that altitude valve. And Chatham Park investors, I think their specific language is that they will consider any repairs that that may be needed that are outside a contract concern. And I believe they have representatives on the call tonight that if they would like to respond to that question, I open the floor to them.
Who would like to speak on behalf of Chatham Park's post-acceptance commitment? Then in that case, I think Chris Kennedy or Paul Messick would, what would you recommend about solidifying the agreement with respect to the altitude valve and the commitments that are being made by CPI and McKim & Creed?
Madam Mayor, I would say if there's ambiguity that creates some discomfort about the language of that post-acceptance commitment, certainly staff can work with Chatham Park's representatives to provide the necessary comfort, for lack of a better way to put it, going from discomfort to comfort, of the language that would make that more clear about what the expectations are moving forward on that particular item. So lacking someone from Chatham Park, offering something here that we can modify on the fly, I think that's something that we can take a part of this conversation and scrutinize that language and provide the clarity that the board seeks.
Because what I'm hearing is that Mayor Pro Tem Baldwin is interested in having something more concrete than the word considered.
That's true.
I don't think we disagree.
Okay.
I was going to say she's not out there alone because I'm with her.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you both.
And yes, ma'am, Mayor Pro Tem Baldwin. And again, that's part of the conversation this evening is seeing where certainly staff is. And as I've talked about earlier, staff's been dealing with this, I've dealt with this since actually before I started. There was a conversation about this water tank right after I was announced as your town manager, even before my day one of work here. So certainly we have gone through a number of conversations. Kent and Adam have been a large part of that. Us and Chatham Park both are eager to move forward with some understanding and how this moves forward. So I think if there's anything here that leaves the board concerned, staff will share that concern with you, and we'll be happy to review that language and provide something that's more amenable.
And is Wesley Hutchins needing to speak on this issue, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to take a second. First off, thank you all for letting me join you and kind of talk through these different pieces. To give you some background, project manager for McKim & Creed, involved in some of the original design pieces of the elevated storage tank, as well as some of the follow-up pieces that Chris and Kent and Adam and a variety of people have been involved with. To lay some particular information about the altitude valve in question, back when the original infrastructure was installed, there was a failed limit switch on the valve that has since been replaced and has been confirmed to be in proper working order at the time it was replaced. Again, that infrastructure has been sitting for a little while, and so the commitment that we've made as part of that memo is we will coordinate with the valve rep to do a full on-site investigation to confirm that everything is in working order. And if there's anything that is not in working order as it was originally intended for, Chatham Park will address that as needed, depending on if there are any additional instances or any additional costs that have come about from the infrastructure being dormant. We will then work with Chris and Kent at that point to determine the best strategy forward. But if there are any issues with the original design intent, Chatham Park will cover that cost.
Thank you. Are there further questions regarding this?
Mayor, I have just, it seemed like something years ago brought a little attention to me regarding a pump that was maybe undersized. Am I in the wrong building or the wrong? But it seemed like when we got into this, there was something with a pump that was undersized. Can anybody correct me on this? Nope.
Commissioner, I think I can speak to it. I think you're thinking of one of the high service pumps at the water treatment plant. Yeah, the analysis of that is that until the system reaches the full demand for the tank, the additional 300,000 gallon tank, that pump is believed to be in satisfactory working order and would not experience any problems. There is a potential when the system reaches max demand that pump could be in need of some type of renovation, overhaul, or a potential replacement. And Wes may be able to add some additional clarification. I know he was involved in that evaluation of that high service pump.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Kent. So back in October of 2020, McKim & Creed sat down with Chris, town engineering staff, town operations staff at the time, and looked through a variety of operational scenarios for this tank, ranging from different feed sources to get water from the high service pumps at the treatment plant to the town, the potential for a removal of the Chatham Forest tank at that time, and then how the Chatham Park tank would impact system operation. All of the modeling that was done for all of those different scenarios has been discussed at length with town staff, and in the commitments memo, you'll see that any modeling that we did assumed the town's largest service pump was out of service, so that the medium-sized pump, in our estimation, is sufficient to handle current operation. As Kent noted, when the town's demands and Chatham Park demands for that tank significantly increase, there will be an upgrade needed to the high service pumps, but our modeling, field testing, and other documentation that we can provide indicates that the current pump is capable and sufficient for handling flows associated with the Chatham Park tank.
And so Commissioner Farrell, if I may, on that one, I think what Mr. Hutchins is referring to and what Mr. Jackson are referring to is that the need for the concern about the high service pumps is almost a separate conversation to this individual request for the water tank. And that as certainly as our system grows and the plant pushes out more water, then that demand on that high service pump is a concern. And it's somewhat associated with this water tank because we're pushing water to it. But it is my belief that it is a kind of a separate conversation, even though it's still water distribution related.
Well, I
Right,
do,
I understand, and, the cost here on the sheet, but it just seems to me, I thought that we had, and it may have been, I may have been, under a different conversation, but, it seemed like when this tank was first installed or maybe first filled, that there was a question about a pump and its size. So, I don't know if that was, that Hydrostructure or somebody, another company maybe had modeled that. I'm not sure. So that was just a question. It seemed like that was the question that was brought up, was the pump size.
And Commissioner Farrell, I think I would agree with you. And I think I also believe that is why McKim Creed modeled the water distribution system with the presumption that, or with the scenario that the largest pump, that high service pump at the plant was inoperable, to show that in a situation where if we were running a pump down, and usually most water plants have, multiple pumps, but they're usually sized differently. Certainly there's a rate in which you want to run a pump for its most efficient flow. And so I think that concern is what was reflected in that model of pulling that high service pump out of operation in the model to show that we could still push the water that we needed to push.
And,
I do recall a similar thing, Commissioner Farrell. My remembrance was that whatever this was, whether it was a pump or a valve, that it had some considerable effect on pressure in the town system, not in the Chatham Park area, but in the town system. Does anybody else remember that? Is that what you're asking about, Jay Farrell?
From my recollection, I just thought I was referring to a pump, but I don't remember a lot of things that happened yesterday.
Mayor Perry, I do recall the conversation. I think it was a distinct one from what Commissioner Farrell is remembering. I don't recall the specific conversation about pumps, but I do recall the conversation about pressures throughout the rest of town, the older parts of town, and the recognition that would bring additional costs to town for pressure reducer valves in some parts of town in order to prevent damaging or overpressurizing people's houses and such, I suppose.
Yeah.
I think that must have been 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah.
It was during your tenure.
Very good. Well, what has been proposed here then, from what I understand, as the conversation has developed, is that Chris Kennedy, you would be looking after the concerns that have been expressed here and bring this back at another point to the board for final approval. Is that the thrust of what we're deciding here?
Madam Mayor, that's how I understand where this board sits today. If I'm reading the room, so to speak, is that there's clarity being sought about the term considers in terms of some of those cost implications post acceptance, as well as certainly I'll work with our staff and the representatives of Chatham Park and see if we can find some clarity for that high service pump to provide some comfort to that. Certainly, and as I've said, and as we've said, there's been a lot of conversation over the years about this. And so certainly a lot of the concepts merge together and blend together. But we want the board to have, as much clarity as it can have when rendering a decision. So those are the two items that I have for touch points at a future date for the board. I see that Mr. Hutchins' hand is raised, but I also offer the question of, are there other things that the board would like us to clarify in the interim?
I
Yeah,
would just like to hear somebody say that it improves our system. That it adds to our system, that it improves our current system. I guess that would be my simple question.
And Commissioner Bose, I would say that it depends on what your horizon is. But long-term, we will be incapable of meeting proper fire flow without this tank for that area. So there's a main distribution line that runs to this, is also part of this acceptance. It's a 12-inch line, as well as the tank itself. For those who may not deal with elevated tanks, and certainly we haven't built one in quite a while, so I don't think anyone on this board has been involved in a commissioning a new tank. Generally, tanks are created to create pressure zones. It also, our permit requires us to have a certain amount of storage in town. So as Mr. Jackson referred to, this is another 300,000 gallons of storage in town, but also allows us to create proper pressure zones so that we can get proper fire flow to the development around that tank. So we have worked really hard to have this system work. I think one of the things that creates some better functionality and some resilience is one of the benefits of flowing this direction towards this tank. And Mr. Jackson touched on a little bit about putting the water through the tank and then around town, is that we currently have a bit of a pinch point as we cross the 64 bypass. We leave our water treatment plant with a 16-inch line, and we taper down to a 10-inch at the bypass, and then open back up to a 16-inch as we go to the 1 million gallon pipe or tank just along Hillsborough Street, in between Powell Place and downtown. So we have a pinch point there. So flowing of this tank does provide some resiliency that we can work around town. The valve that we're talking about is that valve as we get to 64 and being able to shut off flow or divert flow. And that's the one that McKim and Creed has. Our staff has worked intimately with them and trying to get corrected there. So I would say it absolutely helps, because without it, we can't provide fire flow. But again, it's trying to get out ahead of this instead of being reactive to it too.
No, and I appreciate every bit of that answer. So thank you for the time.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question.
Wesley, did you wish to put to submit a sort of a final thought there?
Yes, ma'am. Just I'll lower my hand. First off, Chris did a very good job of explaining hydraulics and pressure zones. So good job on that, Chris. That was very well done. But just to kind of address Mr. Bonnet's, Commissioner Bonnet's concern about pressure downtown, as part of this tank acceptance and as part of this project, there was a control valve added at the 1 million gallon tank location to be able to bypass the 1 million gallon tank and allow the town to fill the Horton tank without going through the 1 million gallon tank. The pressure at that control valve and pressure reducing valve has been set with the town and agreed upon with the town to mitigate any sort of increased pressure issues downtown if water comes directly from the treatment plant into the main downtown area of Pittsboro. So that control valve number 2 is in service and operational, and we have worked with town staff to get that set point kind of nailed into a setting that the town is comfortable with. And then additionally, Commissioner Voth, to add to Chris's point about the immediate impact of accepting this tank and how it impacts system resiliency. Once the Suttles Road 12-inch line comes online, there will now be a complete loop from the town of Pittsboro treatment plant down Suttles Road all the way through Chatham Parkway. There is a additional pressure reducing valve that was added on Chatham Parkway that is currently in service. And so once the Chatham Park tank is accepted and operational, if there's ever an emergency situation in the town, there's a secondary feed line that can come through the Chatham Park tank and provide additional fire flow or support as needed through that pressure reducing valve on Chatham Parkway. So there's also some immediate benefit to the town's system resiliency and fire flow inside of a different pressure zone as well.
Thank you for that explanation.
Yes, thank you very much. Commissioner Shipp, I'm sorry. Did you have a question?
Sure. A couple comments on this. It kind of just struck me as we're going through this that the level of engineering detail discussion we're having about this is probably a larger topic about our utility system in general, that we can leave for later in the state of it, I guess. But the high service pump, my impression from what was in that report, and I think from what we heard before, like that pump has been out of commission for years at this point, right? Kent, do you know when, or Adam, do you know when that last worked?
I'm not altogether sure. Adam can probably answer.
Yeah, Commissioner Ship. So I think the pump maybe you're referring to is what we consider high service pump number 1. It's just a really small pump that we no longer use, and it really wouldn't matter if the Chatham Park tank was online or not. We're looking at the number 2 high service pump, which is our secondary high service pump, and that's the one we really, I think, McKim & Creed has based a lot of the modeling on of if our big pump was out of service. But I do believe the one you're referring to is one that is kind of just became obsolete no matter the situation.
Mr. Pickett, for the benefit of the board and the public, will you explain the number of pumps? Because when you say one pump's obsolete that we don't use and there's a second pump, can you explain a little bit of how that system works at the plant to maybe provide a little more information and perhaps comfort to the board and the public?
Sure. So we have 3 current high service, they call them high service pumps. High service pumps the finished water to the town. That's how the water gets distributed throughout the system. So we currently have 3 pumps. They all 3 work. We have one very large pump, one medium pump, one small pump. Obviously, during a lot of this modeling, the second pump, the middle pump, was the one that was used to confirm that, hey, we can get the flows that we would have to have should this tank come online. Obviously, looking down the road as demands increase, that is a separate conversation of maybe upgrading that pump or even replacing the third pump that is the one that we currently do not use. Out of the 3 pumps, even the smallest pump will still work. However, it just will not keep up with current system demand.
Okay, appreciate that clarification. And then just the clarification on the clarification, looking at the memo, I don't see the part that we're asking for clarification on, and I forget what word you used, Kent, for that, that the Chatham Park may or something. Can we just clarify where that is and how we want it clarified, I guess?
Yeah, Wesley, are you still on too?
Yeah,
which number?
I think it's the first bullet point on the second page. Kent, I think the concerning question is CPI will entertain covering all or a portion of the costs directly related to the meeting with Charles R. Underwood. It's the first bullet point on the second page.
Okay, got it. I see that now. Thank you.
And again, just to clarify again, on behalf of Chatham Park, once we meet with Charles R. Underwood, if there are any issues with the tank or any issues with the altitude valve after that meeting with the Charles R. Underwood representative, Chatham Park will cover the costs related to anything that impacts the original design intent of that altitude valve. I hope that, and if we need to look at rewording the commitments memo, just we're happy to assist anything that we need to do to get this tank accepted.
And if I may play interpreter a little bit for what I believe Mr. Hutchins is saying, is that the town originally approved a design for the tank, including altitude valve connections to that if the function of that works as designed, then there is nothing to fix and Chatham Park would not pay for anything else. However, if the town says, well, all that works great, but we want this, and this, then Chatham Park is seeking not to pay for other adornments or quote unquote betterments that we've added since it was first designed and approved. And so that's, if I may interpret a little bit for the board for your better understanding, that's what he's referring to, is that if it works like it was supposed to work when it was originally designed, great. If something doesn't work in that, then Chatham Park Investors is expected to pay for those things to make it work like it was originally designed. If there are other things that, again, adornments, if you will, that the town would prefer to have that aren't a part of the original design, then that's on the town to provide those aspects.
I would agree with the spirit of that, but would like to see it spelled out that way.
No, I think we can clarify that
Yeah.
language, and Mr. Hutchins confirmed that I've interpreted you correctly.
That's correct. Way more eloquently than I was putting it. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
And Mr.
Yes.
Kennedy, that I find that very helpful, because I had earlier highlighted, Mr. Hutchins, thank you for saying for the use it was intended. And that initially raised my concern, because I could imagine that the tank was intended for the benefit only of the Chatham Park PDD. But indeed, there's a great opportunity here for it to benefit the entire town. And then, Mr. Hutchins, you did say that there were many scenarios modeled and analyzed involving the town-wide system, which led me to believe that the tank was contemplated for benefiting the rest of the town. And I guess I'd like to hear, Mr. Jackson, your understanding of those scenarios, and whether or not it does get into a situation where we're accepting a piece of equipment that doesn't benefit the town, but will eventually.
Yeah, Commissioner Bonnet. Thank you for your question. So there is absolute benefit to the town, for this infrastructure. I think, Mr. Kennedy highlighted, one of the, I guess one of the most basic things is the ability to have a dual feed, if you will, into the, the area of the town that's south of Highway 64. Additional to that, and somewhat related to that, there is the low pressure zone that is along Lowe's Drive, I suppose it is. And having this tank online and the ability to feed along Cynthia Lane, as it were, and to our 1 million gallon tank in that direction, gives us the opportunity to address those low pressure areas of concern. I think it's the apartment complex that has installed previously a type of water booster pump so that they can achieve fire flows. So this, would help. Haven't looked specifically at what it might do for those apartments, but certainly would help to avoid any type of future development needing to put in supplemental infrastructure just to meet fire flows. I think that is the area when you referenced before about, some pressure reducing devices that were installed. It's my understanding that the town did that proactively, maybe in that 3 years ago time frame, in anticipation of this coming online. Definitely, I feel that this infrastructure, and it may be the case that this infrastructure benefits the town a little bit in advance of it benefiting some parts of Chatham Park, just because there's the ability for us to bring this online, before any specific development threshold is attained in the small area plan or those parts of Chatham Park. That's my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful. I guess it assuages some of my next concern, and that is that this resembles the Knight Family Farm Park and the broader parkland question of town receiving and accepting infrastructure that we really don't have the tax revenues to take care of just yet. And so I want to ask, is the acceptance of the water tank and the transmission main, is the legal acceptance by town required to put this equipment in operation?
Commissioner Bonnet, the answer is yes.
So it cannot be operated without being accepted by town?
Correct. Water distribution systems in particular cannot be privately done, and Chatham Park Investors does not have a water utility registered. So in order for this to operate and serve more than one customer, it must be public, and the only public entity involved in this is us.
Very good. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. And if I would add to your previous question to Mr. Jackson about some of the benefits, and I spoke to this earlier, but to perhaps be more clear, is that one of the biggest exposure points for us is that 64 bypass connection. If something happens there, we do not have an ability to get water into town. Having this connection through the Chatham Park tank, as we're referring to it as, allows us a secondary entrance into town south of the 64 bypass. So there is an immediate impact from a resiliency standpoint that if something were to happen, now we presume nothing, we'll knock on wood all right now to hope nothing happens. But that is a market benefit, even if flow isn't necessarily pushed that direction just yet.
Yeah, greatly appreciate that, Mr. Kennedy.
Yes,
You know,
sir.
resiliency is one of my key priorities. And so, for curiosity's sake, is that crossing over the same location, the Highway 64 bypass next to Lowe's, or is it coming across Chatham Parkway? Or is it going under Highway 64? How is that?
So the transmission main, it comes along Suttles Road, and it follows the, there was also a sewer interceptor. There were 3 casing pipes underneath Highway 64 just to the west of the Chatham Parkway interchange. And that's the corridor where this water line crosses, as well as where the sewer interceptor and the reclaimed water line cross back over into the small area plan or Chatham Park North.
Thank you.
So are we now at a point where I think Chris Kennedy understands what clarification we need, and he will bring it back to us at that point to suggest language that is more satisfactory. Is that correct?
Yes, I think we are at that point. And Mr.
Thank you.
Kennedy did express exactly what I was thinking. Thank you.
Very good. All right, then. Then let's move to new business number 2, which is the former memorandum of understanding in the consent agenda as number 6. And this is the memorandum of understanding with respect to the town of Pittsboro and Chatham Park investors regarding parkland. And so how do we want to move on this agenda item? Do we want, Chris Kennedy, did you want to address that first, or?
Well, Madam Mayor, if it's okay with the board, typically when something's moved off consent, certainly in this instance, Mr. Bonnet's requested this, so I'll allow him to express his desire for discussion first, and I'm happy to provide an overview or whatever is in response to that, and then we'll allow the conversation to go from there, if that's okay with you.
Thank you. Yes, that's perfect.
Absolutely. So here again, the memorandum of understanding, as I'm grasping it, is attempting to put into clear terms how parklands will be received by the town. And my concern is that not precede the residential development. And my further concern is that this is apparently changing the relationship of the additional element. and presumes to supersede the additional element. So those are my concerns.
And thank you, Mr. Bonds, for that. I think the short answer is maybe we're trying to supersede it, if that makes sense. Partly because what we've run into is some inability of the town to have its revenues be commensurate with the demand for maintenance. And so, as you just spoke to with Knight Farm Community Park just a few moments ago, and to remind the public and maybe the board on that, on May 24th of last year, the town accepted, I'll say the property was deeded to the town of Pittsboro from Chatham Park investors for the 10-acre park in the Vineyards neighborhood that we have named Knight Farm Community Park. Understanding that the town's recreational resources, and as we talked about last Thursday with Ms. Keller, our parks planner, with 1.5 employees dedicated to all of our parks and only 1/2 of an employee equivalent dedicated to maintenance, along with some other contracted services, we didn't feel like it was within our effective wheelhouse to maintain that 10-acre park. And certainly now with 111 park acres, that concern is still prevalent. So what we did with that project was we developed a 3-year agreement with Chatham Park investors, where there are certain commitments in year 1 on both parties. The light bill and the water bill are on the town right now for Knight Farm Community Park. Other maintenance of that park is 100% in the hands of Chatham Park investors for year 1. And year 1 is this fiscal year, so July 1st of 2021, ending June 30th, 2022. As we move to year 2, which will be next fiscal year, the town and Chatham Park investors will split that cost 50-50. And then in year 3, there's another diminishing portion of maintenance where the town takes over. However, there is a caveat clause that if our revenues do not exceed the cost to maintain that park, Chatham Park will help us with that. So as we considered looking to the future and the number of parks that will be demanded of the additional element for park and public facilities, the town said, we're going to end up in a lot of these agreements and really struggle to maintain them properly, and likely end up in a scenario where we're going to have to push that horizon of accepting a greater financial burden of maintaining them further than just a 3-year period. But we also, at the same time, don't want to relieve Chatham Park investors of their requirement to provide public parkland. And so what we've attempted to do, and again, it's for your consideration, is a memorandum of understanding that allows both parties to proceed forward, hopefully without burden on the other. So Chatham Park can continue to develop. They can continue to reserve parkland. Those mechanisms for how they reserve that in a tally sheet are listed in your memo there. And basically the town can have that reserved, move forward without having the burden of maintaining the parkland that we can't maintain. And as that will allow us to move these projects forward until a point where we feel more comfortable to accept these, and then we can accept the land, because not every park in Chatham Park involves improvements by Chatham Park. Certainly some of them do. There are dollar amounts associated with some of the park improvements, but not with all of them. So some of the pocket parks or other park facilities are just, land donations, and the town can do with it what it will. So what we've tried to do is kind of merge those two concepts of where Chatham Park needs to dedicate land, but the town can't, with a straight face accept the land because we can't maintain it from a financial perspective. So what we try to do is merge those two concepts together without burdening one another, and by developing a memorandum of understanding to mitigate both parties' concerns. And if we hope we have achieved that, if there's concern, obviously that's what we can have a conversation about this evening, or and however long that takes.
Further questions or thoughts by the board?
With that explanation, Mr. Kennedy, I have a much better grasp of what you're attempting to do. It does help me reconcile some of the things that were not clear to me in my reading of the MOU. And so I would like to request a bit more time to read it through again, to gain even greater confidence. And so that's where I am.
Thank you, Mr. Bonnets. And if you, as you continue to review, if you develop questions or have a lack of clarity on any part of the language, you're obviously, like with anything else, you're welcome to forward that to me. And if the board agrees with that, to push this to a later date, what I can do is I can place this back on consent at the next meeting if that gives you the proper amount of time to review it. And we can reconsider that on consent. If there's questions that persist, obviously if something comes up in between and there's discussion on that adjustment, then I'll probably put it back under, probably place it under old business at that point, if there's a conversation. But if your review and others review of the board and say, Chris, looks good, I feel like with that context you provided that I understand what we're trying to achieve here, I'll place it under consent and we'll just move forward that way if that's amenable to you and the board.
That sounds great. And I will say that it was some swirling vague questions about reserve, and not understanding that reserve perhaps may mean an undeveloped transfer to the town. And so we might be able to gain even greater clarification. But again, let me get through the entire document and with a clearer head now that I understand the intent.
Yes, sir. And individually on that, I'll say the diction of the term reserve is that we were trying to avoid the term dedicate because of the implication that comes with dedication. And so the term reservation was a way to say that this has gone from concept to something formal without being formally dedicated to the town for acceptance. And so we tried to find an appropriate term and certainly hope to make that more clear. So if there's something that you go, I'm just getting stuck on that term, that's a perfectly reasonable comment. And if you find that or other terms, we can try to wordsmith it to make sure that the clarity is better.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you
Yes,
very
sir.
much. Well, then I'll go ahead and make the motion that we bring this back under the consent agenda at the next meeting.
Does that pertain, Commissioner Bonnets, to only the memorandum about Parkland, or does it also pertain to the MOU regarding the Water Recovery Center?
We're addressing these one at a time. Yes, please.
All right. Mr. Bonnets has made the motion to take the MOU regarding Parkland onto the consent agenda at the next meeting. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Pamela Baldwin. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. With respect to the next item of new business, then, is the memorandum of understanding with respect to the Water Recovery Center, wastewater plant. And Commissioner Bonnets, did you wish to begin the discussion with that as well?
Absolutely, yes. So as this project has evolved, initially our collaboration with Chatham Park involved only the force main to Sanford and a repurposing of the Small Street sewer treatment plant into headworks. We were then surprised with the development of Chatham Park's independently owned wastewater recovery center. I call it the Eubanks Road plant. Somewhere along the lines, I got the impression that pipeline, the force main from that plant, delivering reuse quality water to our Small Street facilities, would be 100% maintained by them, and merely show up at our property, and then we use whatever portion we need to send to 3M from that line, and dispose of the rest through our NPDES permit discharging into Roberson Creek. I am now understanding from this MOU that we'll be responsible for something, didn't do the math, but something like 99% of that pipeline, even beginning on their property at Eubanks Road, and any equipment that's associated with that pipeline flowing to the Small Street plant and into the outfall at Roberson Creek. Am I understanding that correctly now?
Chris Kennedy.
Yes, ma'am. And Kent may be more in tune to provide some of the detail over the separations. I do know that I will say generically that the purpose of the MOU is to better define whose infrastructure is whose. And that's probably not lost on you. And so it sounds like I'm interpreting your concern is that it seems like there's an expansion of what our responsibility is. And we've gone through some of those awkward details, so to speak, with the state and understanding how two participants have a shared discharge, and some of the reporting requirements that on our team Jamie has had of trying to say, well, we submit one report to the state because it's one permit, and some conflicts and discussion there over who's the ORC, which I have been adamant about is us. And so we've got, separate systems that then commingle. We've got the sampling point closer to our plant. And then when we go to the cascade and the outfall, we are commingled at that point. And so what this seeks to do is to better define that. But I will say that Mr. Jackson might be better to explain some of the engineering components of that. I see Kent's clicked his screen on, so I'll filibuster long enough to allow him to click on.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, thank you, Chris. So I did not review the packet, and there is a demarcation exhibit that staff has worked with Chatham Park to try as clearly as possible to show the demarcation points, specifically for the reclaimed water line from the Water Recovery Center to the Small Street plant. I believe that demarcation point is at a meter that is just outside the fence at the Water Recovery Center, as I recall it. I have not really educated myself that much in the kind of the original, agreement, as it were, as to the maintenance responsibility. I can say that my understanding is that the lines extending from the Water Recovery Center to our plant at Small Street are regarded as public lines and subject to operation and maintenance as far as the lines are concerned, in a similar fashion as the rest of our lines around town.
Okay.
So I would say that Commissioner Bonnet's your estimation or observation of 95% or more is probably an accurate estimation or observation based on what I have seen and understood as well.
Okay. Thank you. Next question on this is what additional treatment will be needed for that wastewater that's coming from the Eubanks Road plant before we can resell it as reuse water? Because it's as I understand, it's going to be spending days traveling underground from Eubanks Road to our Small Street plant with no aeration, no sunlight. And I'll leave it at that.
And Commissioner Bonds, I think operationally from that is and we've discussed this certainly at the staff level, and I understand that sometimes there's a bit of a lag between staff conversations and speculation and trying to iron these things out before maybe the board's completely aware of something. So I'll acknowledge that first thing. I'm not suggesting that you should know this information that I'm about to say, but we have been working with Chatham Park, and you may recall some conversations about shifting the flows from the CLLC pump station north of town. And so what we've tried to do, we've got flows diverted to the Chatham Park Water Recovery Center so that the lines don't go septic on the way from one plant to our plant. And so that there's been a diversion of that is really a permanent diversion. So we're not really going to switch that back. Now, there's some conversations that we will ultimately have that are tertiary to this at best, of, okay, Chatham Park accepted flow that was originally our flow. They would like credit for that flow in our plant, which I think is probably a reasonable request.
Yeah.
But in order to ameliorate that kind of concern of saying, we're going to go septic from your plant to ours, and we have to retreat that, that the Water Recovery Center will treat sewer. The intent is to get it to us quick enough where it can be flashed with UV and sent to reclaim, or it can simply be discharged into Robeson Creek with our combined discharge permit of 1.249 million gallons a day.
Okay. All right. And in trying to understand this part of the system better, I did turn to the draft CIP, and it's probably just because there's not enough opportunity for resolution of the image, but it looks almost as though this new force main from what I call Eubanks Road on the way to Small Street is somehow merged in with a 21-inch line up a little bit north of Small Street sewer treatment plant. But I'm guessing that that's just a misunderstanding of the map.
I'm not sure I can answer that question off the cuff. I think
Okay,
I probably have to look at the two together.
We can't take fine reuse water from that nice WWRC and then mix it with our sewer and then have it end up in our outfall. So I'm sure that's
not
just
legally.
Yep. And my best guess of that would be there may be some clarification that we need to have with our consultant for the CIP to make sure they are understanding the routing and configuration of the system. It sounds like there may be some kind of misunderstanding on their part of how they're describing that in CIP. So we'll follow up on that.
Thank you. I'm reassured that staff have attempted the best possible with resources that you have at hand to reassure yourselves of the quality of the construction. I mean, there were rumors that line was rushed. And so I guess I will go ahead and ask, what confidence do we have that there were no major expensive errors made during construction, like the water main pipe that was laid in my neighborhood on top of a rock that should have been blown up and excavated?
So, I'll say on the staff side, I know that Mr. Harris was very closely involved, as was Mr. McLaurin in the construction process.
Good.
I also know McKinnon Creed was, the project representative for Chatham Park for this, as well as there were additional third parties involved for particular testing that is outside the kind of scope of our inspectors. So that's what I know that has happened. When I came on board, the project was we were getting to kind of record drawings. So I did have the opportunity to work with the record drawing process, some of the closeout process at the Small Street plant. And I can say, just for an example, I can say that we evaluated and addressed an item as kind of non-system related, as there was some portion of the fencing at Small Street that was not reattached or repaired consistent with the drawings. And Mr. Harris and Mr. McLaurin caught that and made sure that it was. So if that's any indication, I feel like our staff eyes were very closely monitoring to the greatest limits of their capability.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much for that reassurance. And certainly McKimmon Creed is far more capable than whomever it was that laid the water main in my neighborhood. So yeah, I'm comfortable with this MOU on the Chatham Park Water Recovery Center, and thanks staff, manager and staff, for assurances today.
In that case, would you like to make the motion for the approval of the MOU with regard to authorizing the town manager to execute the documents?
Yes, I will.
Motion made by Commissioner Bonnets. Did you have a question, Mr. Shipp, or were you seconding?
Seconded.
Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Shipp. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Under miscellaneous considerations tonight, our first matter is the Main Street Quarterly Update. And who has that? Is that Chris Kennedy or
Well,
Commissioner?
Madam Mayor, I will set the table, if you will. Certainly, in terms of Main Street Pittsboro, as you know, Commissioner Shipp and I are both serve on that board in our professional capacities, or my professional capacity, and somewhat of Commissioner Shipp's professional capacity as a commissioner. And then I know that we have Michael Fiocco and Michael Whitman, both respective members of Main Street Pittsboro, here this evening to present the update. So unless Commissioner Shipp has something to add, I will turn the table over to Mr. Fiocco or Mr. Whitman to proceed with the update.
I'll just say I noticed that you said I wasn't professional, so we'll talk about that later.
I didn't want to pigeonhole you to just this as your profession. I know you do a lot of things, so you are the utmost professional as it comes to your work on the committee.
Oh,
but you do other things beside this.
But thank you, Michaels, for being here, and please carry on.
Well, a pleasure. Thank you, Chris and Kyle, for both your professional conduct, as always. I am delivering this report or update because Maria is traveling probably right now on her way back from Seattle, where she was visiting family. So asked if I could step in. I'm happy to do it. So this update is for the quarter January to March, and I am very happy to report. And in fact, I probably won't respect those boundaries, because I'll talk about some things that are done most recently. And the one I'm talking about right now is that the Fade Dark M2 graphics facade improvement is complete. Complete in that the work is done and the vendors have been paid. And when we can get the rest of the paperwork pulled together, then we will reimburse Fade Dark for that. Turned out very well. And we are also looking at 3 other facade grants right now. One we've been working with for a long time is Realty World. They had some staff changes, and they've had some problems with some contractors being, I think, responsive. And I think probably that's due to the stress of the economy and contractors, you know, being further fully engaged in most of their time right now. So they're trying to work through that, and we're helping as much as we can. We've made recommendations on some contractors they could reach out to. 45 and 49 West Salisbury Streets. Those two, I think, are on hold, and not sure, honestly, if they will proceed anytime soon. This is the one that went to UNCG, got design services, and then kind of got stalled and seems to still be there. We are currently talking with Pittsboro Gallery of Arts. They're looking to do an awning as well, and they may get complicated with signage on that awning. Guidelines suggest that businesses that are not in business for 2 years or more are not eligible. So talking to them about how to do the awning and then perhaps follow up with signage. Happy to say that the mural that we've been talking about at Page Vernon Park, which is the north facing wall of Faye Dark's M2 Graphics. The artists are under contract and they will begin at the beginning of May, and they will be complete by the end of June. I don't think it's going to take anywhere near that long, but that's what the contract allows for. Promotions, there's been a newsletter sent out, 500 recipients of the newsletter. Social media, Leslie, I think, is doing a bang up job reaching out to lots of folks on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, constantly promoting the district and the businesses in the district. Recently had a Chatham Marketplace roundup, and that generated $927.41 for the Main Street program. So that's exciting. And we did have the second annual Found It Chatham Rabbit Hunt. I'll say that I had the pleasure of stashing the rabbits on Friday evening and then recollecting them on Saturday. And I will tell you that some of the bunnies hopped around a little bit. So they enjoyed downtown as well. Wolfie the Bunny, the ongoing story through town, is available. And as Kyle mentioned, we will culminate that activity with a reading in the Page Vernon Park of The Rain Came Down by David Shannon. And that is 11 a.m. Saturday, April 16th. Promotion department is also promoting First Sunday now that that is restarted, and of course continues to promote Pittsboro Street Fair, Summerfest, tree lighting, and Pittsboro Parade. Economic vitality. There's a new event. This is an exciting event in collaboration with the Chatham School of Science and Engineering. And that is where 14 students have worked with the Chatham Historical Society and come up with, for 6 locations, the history of these locations and buildings and facilities. And they have prepared a document that has a QR code that will take people to a site where they will receive a slideshow, and it will be accompanied by music that is prepared by John Wilson. So it's a fascinating idea. I think it's going to be really exciting. And we are also that should be up and running May 1st. And those paper documents, flyers, will be at the Welcome Center and Historical Society Museum. And it will also be posted on the Main Street website. I expect it probably be on the Historical Society's website as well. We are also hoping to put up plaques. We are working to do that and have that done by the end of June, so that those will be at the physical locations themselves. And those will also have the QR codes. The Welcome Center continues to be a staging area for First Sunday and other downtown events. And I don't have the figures in front of me. I know that Maria had put together a PowerPoint, and I think you've all have probably received it in your packets, but you can see, I think it's upwards of 4,000 people have visited the Welcome Center since its inception in March 2021. That's our update for promotions, economic vitality,
and design. And with that, I would happily take questions or hand it over to the indefatigable Michael Whitman for the financial analysis. Michael, you're on.
All right, I guess that means it's up to me to close this one out. So you guys have the report, so it's pretty straightforward and simple. I have all the supporting documentation are in there, but net revenue for the first quarter is negative $17,702.73. Cash at the end of the period, about $24,000, $23,924. We have kind of every line item from January through March. So I didn't know if anybody had any questions for me. I know you don't want me to read through each line item line by line. So happy to answer questions and kind of go from there.
Questions for Michael Whitman? Very good. Questions for Michael Fiocco? All right. Thank you, gentlemen, very much.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
All right, with respect to our miscellaneous item number 2, next on the agenda. About 4:15 this afternoon, we received an email which proposed 5 resolutions for grant work regarding funding and loan forgiveness applications for utility projects and outsourcing engineering contracts. Those 5 resolutions took in our wonderful Hearn Road project, which I think folks have been very concerned about the fact that it has never gotten fully completed. And I know it was a favorite of Commissioners Farrell and Bonnets, who are nodding here on this call. So that was the first resolution. The second one being sewer rehab, otherwise known as Find It, Fix It. A wastewater master plan update was number 3. Number 4 was the UV AOP water treatment funding in the American Rescue Plan. And number 5 was grant funding for the Western Wake Intake Partnership. I'm assuming, Chris Kennedy, that you wanted to speak to these particular items, or I know that you wanted it to be a conversation between the commissioners so that the staff would have a feel and you would have a feel for what was in favor with the board.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor. And I'll say, if you're ready to vote, I'll just stop talking. But the purpose was when Kent and I first met to talk about having an agenda item for the board, we had gone back and forth of, knowing that some of these grant applications or the potential for grant applications had moved forward quicker than not, and maybe outpace some of the conversation we had with the board. And so certainly I think the board, generically supports us, finding grant funding or principal loan forgiveness whenever we can find it. So we weren't anticipating much pushback. But certainly rather than saying, hey, these are the projects that we want to go forward with, and just sticking this in front of you on the consent agenda, that just felt a little hasty in some ways. So we wanted to have the conversation, but as Kent and I discussed this, like we do with many agenda items, there's the, what we send out on the agenda, but then there's also conversation before the meeting happens that Kent and Morgan and I had talked about, well, if the board's ready to jump, we might want to give them something to adopt. And so that's what led to the resolutions that you see in front of you. And as you provided the overview of, Mayor Perry, I think these are projects that we have felt are important to the town. Certainly we try to listen and absorb feedback from the commissioners. We know what the costs are on these projects, and we've gone through with our engineering consultants to not try to put these all with one consulting firm, because we know that that'll there's only so much time to apply for some of these. What we're really targeting is the May 2nd SRF, the State Revolving Fund funding cycle. I think every utility in the state is going after funding in this May cycle. There will be a fall cycle, but it's only with leftover money that isn't distributed in the spring cycle. And I've talked personally with John Risgaard, who is one of the primary funding savants with SRF funding. And his opinion is that there won't be any money left. And so there is some urgency with some of this. And so what we wanted to propose was, we felt like these applications were quality projects done with a reasonable amount of time, and also the expense. These things are not inexpensive to apply for. It can be, one of the things some of the projects we looked at, some of the quotes were, $50, $100, $200,000 to simply apply for them. That's a lot of money to put into an application. And so what we've got before you this evening, Hearn Road, we've already got a fund established for that. And so the money's available to go after this and pay the consultant with what we've already got funded. As you recall, we've got $230,000 in that fund. What we're thinking is about $500,000 to actually complete the project. So that will certainly help us as we go forward with funding. And that's already paid for using those fund dollars to hopefully parlay that into higher proceeds with grant funding. With the Western State Partnership, Kent's done really good work on that end, talking with HCR, our consultant who manages that project for us on behalf of the partnership, which currently is us, Durham, and Chatham County. And they've said that they will apply for those grants within their administrative costs that we're already paying for. So there's no additional expense there, which is tremendous. And then certainly with the UVAOP, we've identified about a $7.25 million expense to install UVAOP at our water plant. Again, that is one of the primary fixes for 1,4-dioxane. That is the most effective treatment we have for that. As you know, we currently do not have that type of horsepower in our pocketbook to afford that project currently, but hopefully with grant funding, a lot of the EPA money out there and some money that's with drinking water, we hope that we can be effective in that application. So CDM Smith is working with us there. And we've got some of those dollars that we originally had appropriated or allocated with the GAC project. If you recall, we appropriated $3.4 million to that. CDM Smith was able to work with us, and we reduced that guaranteed maximum price of the fast track GAC to $3.093 million. So we're anticipating this application to be sub $20,000 to apply to hopefully get $7.25 million. So needless to say, that money will be well worth it if we hit on any amount of that. So these are the 5 that we've identified. Certainly, if others present themselves, we've got a little bit of time between now and the 25th. But again, we felt like the board would support it, but we didn't want to be too presumptive. So we wanted to post this as a conversation, but also provide you the resolutions if conversation isn't needed and you say, Chris, you and your staff go rock and roll and get this money for us if you can.
Discussion by the board.
Rock and roll. Go get it.
Say rock and roll and go get this money for us if you can.
Yeah, this is great. I'm really glad that you've brought it. Just one tiny question, because I haven't had a chance to read it all through. My general understanding here, Mr. Kennedy, is that you've asked for 5 resolutions that essentially ask for support in spirit of these activities, and we will later see likely budget amendments that go into any cost shares necessary on each of these 5. Is that right?
Yes, sir. So what is customary with our applications is the SRF, grant funding inspectors, if you will, they want to know that our board supports the project.
Absolutely.
I think that should be a given, I would think. I can't imagine too many town staff going rogue and applying for projects that no one wants to do. Yeah. But I would presume, like most rules, that happened at some point, and some board goes, wait a second, we didn't agree to that project. We didn't want to even do that. And somehow there was some backtracking there. So what this is just saying that this board supports our staff moving forward with these projects. And we are hopeful to prepare successful applications. All that to be determined later, matches, other things. And if you'll see some of the, particularly with the WK Dixon items, those resolutions specify that there are other expenses that, we understand that this, particularly federal dollars, comes with strings attached, and that the town acknowledges those in advance. But I think that's something that we have done in the past and more than capable of dealing with moving forward.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I think I would just add that's a great summary, because I think one comment I would add is we're extremely well prepared to apply for these particular projects. We have substantial preliminary engineering, in some case final engineering. So it's not one of those situations where staff is just rushing to make applications because there's a window. We're extremely well prepared and positioned to apply for these particular projects.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions of either Chris Kennedy or Kent Jackson?
Mayor, I don't have any questions, but I want us to move expeditiously with applying for those funds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I second that.
And Mayor Pro Tem Baldwin, the application is due May 2nd. So we have no choice but to move rather quickly.
Okay.
So Mayor Pro Tem Baldwin, would you make that a motion then to make this happen?
Motion to approve the applications, well, the completion of the application for these 5 projects as indicated.
And approval of these 5 resolutions.
Thank you very much.
I second that.
And so the motion was made by Pamela Baldwin, seconded by John Bonnets. Any further discussion? Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Our pleasure. Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. We have reached the point of our meeting tonight where we need to go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-31831 A3 and 143-318.11 A4. Is there such a motion to go into such closed session?
Madam Mayor, may I interject and ask the board's indulgence for one final statement of concern before we go into closed section?
Board?
If there's no objection. A conversation this past week that I neglected to include in my notes about my concerns at the top of the meeting. It circles back to the question of our hazard mitigation plan that was written jointly, I think with Chatham County and maybe even a larger set of counties. And perhaps Mr. Kent Jackson is still with us, but if not, Mr. Kennedy, if you could pass along the question of whether or not that document does include and address the concerns about the condition of the Haw River Dam, without which is damaged, and without which we would not have much of a hole in which to dip our straw for the drinking water plant that draws from the Haw River.
And Commissioner Bonnets, I will say that it does, but since Kent worked most intimately with HDR on that, with the RRA and the ERP that we did with the EPA last year, one being due by June 30th, the other by December 31st, which we achieved both and received feedback on. I'll allow Mr. Jackson to better answer your question. Okay.
Is he still with us?
Yeah, certainly. Thanks for your question. So as Chris was referencing, the hazard mitigation plan was incorporated by reference, was reviewed as part of the risk and resiliency assessment last late summer, fall time. And that did include conversations with Chatham County Emergency Management And so I do recall that the dam was referenced in that document.
Good.
So
long as
yeah, I
it's-
do.
So long as it's referenced in the document, I think that, oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me, go ahead. I'm sorry, Ken, I apologize. for
That was
interrupting.
all.
Okay. Yes, so as I understand it, so long as it's mentioned in the document, it can be deemed a critical facility. And of course, all dams are, but it just needed to be explicit, I believe. And now we have the opportunity with the bipartisan infrastructure law to potentially pursue some grant funds for recovery of restoration of that dam, which I believe that we own. And that was the other question that was raised to me is whether or not indeed we own it. I think we do. And yeah, so thank you.
Commissioner Bonds, we do not own that dam.
We do
And
not.
that is why it's on the risk assessment, because that is our greatest exposure, is that we do not own it. And so it is as you said, we need that dam to function in order to stick our straw in the water to pull from it. But I can say that between Kent and Morgan and our staff in engineering and Mr. Sawyer, again, first day, and his expertise with emergency management, I feel as good as ever to work towards a solution on that. We were better off today than we were yesterday, I'll tell you that.
Good. Okay. Very good. Thank you. And I guess I'll mention the reason why I brought this up, and I thank the board again for indulging this moment. But the hydroelectric project in Bynum is still alive. It is still seeking ownership of the actual hydroelectric facilities. It owns license to that generation opportunity issued by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And the potential to collaborate with them on restoration or creation of new carbon-free electric generation is very exciting to me. And it also, by the way, once we get that dam fixed, will bolster our resiliency and enhance our confidence that we will always have that water source. So thank you for hearing me.
Very good. All right. We had indicated, is there a motion to go into closed session as previously stated under the 2 sections of the general statutes?
So moved.
John Bonnet's moved and Kyle Shipp seconded. Is that correct? Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Now, it needs to be stated for the public here that when we go into public session, closed session, the public will see a screen which indicates that we are in closed session and that we will return at the end for final comments and adjournment. Is that correct? Then you have direct.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor, to further complement your statement there, no action can be taken in closed session. So it's merely a conversation based on the 2 topics identified by the statute that you referenced, both A3 and A4 of that specific statute you mentioned. And that there will be conversation in closed session about those particular items. And then again, we will come back into open session. Molly Boyle, our planning project manager, will keep this meeting room open so that anyone who may enter or exit the chat or exit this regular meeting will see a closed session slide that shows them that the board is in closed session. And this is something that we've changed in a recent memory, because previously we'd have to exit this Zoom and then the YouTube would have a lag or not come back for final comments, which was a concern. So what we're going to do is there's a separate link for the board to go to closed session. This regular meeting room will stay open with that placeholder slide. And then once we wrap up with closed session, we will come back in to the regular session and then ultimately have any additional conversation and ultimately adjournment.
So at this time then, given that set of directions, we will go out of this session and come into our special link for closed session. We did have the vote, correct? Yes, I believe we did. Okay. We are back from our closed session, and so what remains to be done this evening then is any final comments by the commissioners and a motion for adjournment. So are there any closing thoughts for folks? If so, let's just go around the table as I remember it being at Town Hall in Pittsburgh. Jay Farrell, do you have any closing comments?
He might not be back.
Oh, I don't think he is, yeah. Well, let's Kyle Shipp, why don't you, is there anything that you have waiting heavily on your mind? Okay.
Not at this hour.
John Bonnets, what about you? Any closing comment?
No, thank you.
Okay. James Vose.
I have nothing to add.
Okay. There we go. Commissioner Farrell is with us. And we were just saying that we were closing out. Is there any final comment you have for this evening?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. And then do we have a motion? I'm sorry, Pamela Baldwin, did you have any closing comment that you wanted to make?
No, Mayor Perry, I do not. Thank you very much.
So is there a motion to then adjourn for this evening?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Kyle Shipp, seconded by John Bonnets. Those in favor, right? In favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
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 Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
You all.